Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. We got Smirnoff, Little Goose Honk, hello, Laro, Sorry. Oh yeah. Hello, Blackstar. Melon Holly is here. Jungenberg. Cow, cow, cow. Blue wallpaper. Blue wallpaper. Hello. Hello. Bobo. Jojo Levin. And Chris X. Hello. Right. XD80. I got a new pair of high heel boots that came in yesterday to my mom's house. And they're sexy, and I love them. And they fit super well, and they like feel really good on my feet. And they're like reinforced well too. Casey, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that's so many subs. You keep like a constant stream going. It's insane. Thank you. I want to. My headset is fogging up. It's super annoying. It always does this. Like, if I take a shower, if I like wait an hour after I take a shower, it wouldn't do this. But if I'm fresh out of a shower, my headset always like fogs up super bad. Melancholy, thank you so much for the sub. That toot hoot. You got it. Thank you. It's a Sunday. It's like a relaxing stream day. So, here's what I'm thinking. I probably shouldn't dance on the weekends because people are more likely to be home. So I should probably save dancing for weekdays. Maybe I'll just do like yoga or something. XD. Hello. Hello. Okay. Yeah, maybe it would be good. No, Chris. We are dorks. Dork. Hello. Hello, Blue Tender. Hello. Hello. That is okay. That's something I love about doing roars. Because you can make that noise out like it's like vocal fry. And then like I want to sit really close to that with my voice. I kind of like it right there. Hello. 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 Yeah, I joined off of Mango last night. And we were dancing. Okay, there's like this one song that they always do. And there's a move that messes me up every time it like comes up. And it's because like they do this thing where they're like 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I always get the like movement backwards. Because they're like bam bam. I'm always thinking like I need to step into it, but they just kind of like step out and then step back. And I always mess it up. Like every time. I never can predict when it's going to show up. Because there are like easier parts, like the one part where they're like 1, 2, 3, 4, ba 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 ba. 1, 2, 3, 4, ba 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 ba. That part's easy. And then they like do this like kicky crop. I don't know. Are we doing an 80s workout video? Pretty much. Hello, no done. Okay, yeah. If you want to get good at dancing, that is something you are going to eventually start doing. Is counting out in your head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And for some reason, dancers like to count to 8. They like count over 2 measures. Because most music is in 4/4. I don't know why they do that though, but they do. You like? Sorry. Hello? I see. Most phrases are normally 8 beats. That makes sense. Probably something I should know already, but whatever. Oh, she's arriving again at the room. There's something about it though. I like how it shapes my mouth when I like do it. And then I can like hold on to that shape while I talk. So it's like alright. And then like I can like talk right here. And it's kind of a cute voice. Sorry. It's an interesting place to talk from though. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of like sentences. Because a lot of songs are almost like poems. And so I could see like a single line of that poem being like 2 measures long or like 8 beats or whatever. So it makes sense. So if you're like kind of dancing to a lyric, then I can see your like phrase being like 8 counts long. Makes sense. I'm sure Blackstar, since they like do like a lot of like marching stuff, I'm sure you're counting all day in your head as you're like going around the field, doing like big choreographies. I don't know. I like doing Just Dance. It's fun. I try and just like pick up a move, like, because honestly, a lot of the songs I get me to listen to, they'll go so quickly and be complex enough that like, I don't know, you can't do it just like the first time you try it. Like if you really want to learn one of those dances, you'd want to spend at least like an hour in that world just playing that dance over and over again, so you can actually learn the sequence of moves, like how to perform them, blah blah blah. Because otherwise, you're just like totally, you're just like trying your best to dance with them, and they're just doing really fast and crazy stuff, and you're like, okay, I'll do my best, but it's not going to be good. But annoyingly, if you try and like actually learn how to dance on stream, I don't know, it could be good content, but could get boring because you'd have to slow things down, you'd have to do it over and over again, you'd have to repeat, you'd have to practice. And watching people practice skills, I don't know, it can be boring. It's obviously not as interesting as like the actual performance of those skills. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, etc. The one thing I learned is timing is the most important thing when it comes to dancing. Yeah, timing is good. It's important for music. Counting is one of my weaknesses. Especially when it comes to playing guitar. I'm really bad at counting. I'm just kind of like, oh no, I'll just play to the feel of the music. And then it's like, no, Fox, you have to count. So you're coming in like too early. Or like, whatever. And there's like, okay, in the song like, Say It Ain't So by Weezer, there's like, ba-dum bum ba ba bum ba da 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 dum dum da da. But I did what I always do. I skip a rest. It's like in the middle of that. I'm like, oh heck. Hello? Hello? It's been 13 years, yeah. I don't know. It could be fun to learn a choreography. Like or a choreographed dance, I guess. Rather than just skipping around a whole bunch. But I also just enjoy freestyle, where I just listen to music I like and dance how I want to dance, and it's just in the moment, I do what I want to do. It's very fun. I want to go even more cozy. Let's go even more cozy. Let's go to my OG homeworld that I used to do when I first joined. Oh my gosh. when I first joined VR chat. And while it loads, I am going to grab a cough drop. Arc Rocks! Hello? It has been a while. I hope you're doing okay. I know that, like, work sucks. I don't even think you've seen my new model. I bought it. And I just, like, I wasn't going to... Oh my gosh! Okay, I have a cough drop. I wasn't going to just use it. I was just going to use it as a reference for adding face tracking to my old model. I've been coughing for a year. It's been close to a year. It's been like at least 8 months. Probably more than 9. I'll get it checked soon, okay? Well, eventually. I mean, I guess I can just like walk into a doctor's office and be like, hey, I don't have insurance, please. I want to see a doctor to look at my cough. And then they'll be like, okay, whatever, and probably charge me like $100 and then bill me like $1 million afterwards. Yeah, it's pretty much been since I unmuted. I had insurance for a little while, but I wasn't able to pay for it. I had to get it again. I am constantly missing monthly bills. It's not good. But I do have enough money again to like pay for this month. And all these things, they are not happy if you're like, you have to like buy a month at a time. They're like, no, you signed a contract to pay for like 6 months, and if you don't pay, we'll charge you $1 million late fees, and then cancel your policy, and then you'll still owe us the rest of like what was like left. It sucks. I'll figure it out though. Hello, Morrow. I want a blue space. Where's the blue space? I think it's down here. But frankly, since I got this new model with like full face tracking and stuff, it's been enough of a novelty to like bring people into my stream. Plus I started hanging out with Crumpet again, which does give me a lot of exposure. So like streaming has picked up a little bit as long as I can stick with it. I'm still looking for work though. It's just been discouraging. I've been like picky. I'm being more picky this time, looking for a job. Something that can be more long term and like sustainable than just like the first job I can possibly grab. So yeah. This song and this world, I don't know, it's kind of dumb. Let's see. When I first joined VR chat, and I used like a girl avatar, I came to a world like this. Well, like this world. Rest and relaxation or sleep or whatever it's called. And like, this was my stomping grounds for like, I don't know, the first 6 months of me playing this game or more. And I would, cause like black cats and like pugs were always full of like memers and like racists or children. With the rest in relaxed world, you would never go to it in desktop because, like, what would be the point? Who wants to just sit there and do nothing on a computer? But in VR, it's actually very relaxing. And you can come, and there's always people cuddling. And if you play your cards right, you can kind of join in. Especially if you just like, I don't know, you try to be quirky. You have to be aware if people like don't want it, but like, you can kind of like start doing like hand ASMR for people. And then you like end up becoming friends and like, I don't know. I met my first boyfriend in a rest and sleep world. He was a really nice guy. We just ended up breaking up because he didn't want anything outside of VR chat. And I was like, okay, I do. Eventually, not like immediately. But if I were to date a guy, because we were together for like 4 months or so, 4 or 6 months. And I'm like, at that point, I'm like, I want to start making plans to meet up. I want to start like seeing if we're actually compatible, like for realsies. But lots of people in VR chat are just not really here for that. You'd be Bardo. They lived in Texas, and I live in Utah. So meeting up would have definitely been like difficult, but it's not like other side of the world difficult. Like it could have worked, but they didn't want it, and I guess like that's okay. I don't hate them because they didn't want to like be with me IRL, but I was like, well, then what are we doing? Like, if I'm gonna date somebody, my reason for dating someone is to find a long-term partner, like a life partner. And I definitely enjoy just the act of dating someone. Like, I like the cuddling, I like the intimacy, I like having that like emotional support, having that like friend who's just always there for you. I do love that. And maybe I would date somebody just to have that. But I also want like, you know, not every relationship I have is going to be lifelong, obviously. But that is the goal. Like, that is what I'm looking for. But yeah. That being said though, you can have like lots of cuddles, lots of fun with people in rest and sleep. It's not really an ERP world. You could, I guess. But like public rest and sleep, everyone is just like relaxing, chilling, having like quiet conversations. It's definitely my vibe compared to like pretty much any other world. Like I am not the kind of person who would hang out in a black cat. I mean, I visit them, but like this is like if I were a world, this would be me. At least early on in VR chat, or in my experience with VR chat. But like a good time for me would be to like be with someone I'm like close to, sitting on one of these couches or in one of the beds of this world, just like cuddling, giving each other ASMR, talking about like life, just getting very touchy-feely loving, just whatever. I don't know what I want in a partner. I have ideas. Oh, those are really loud. Thank you though, into the mob. Thank you so much for the whole year. Yeah, I'm just an oxytocin junkie. I probably actually am. That should be my like status in Discord and like VR chat. It's just like oxytocin junkie. Let's see. I'm going to turn down my alerts because that's really loud. Can I turn down my alerts? Yeah. I mean, alerts kind of should be loud. I don't know. We'll see. I am really happy to see you though. Crocs, I'm glad you're back. I'm totally cool with like people taking breaks, but it is nice to see them again. I miss Name. Name is like the person who like I was just so used to them being like a constant presence. And they kind of left. And like I talked to them a little bit, but they didn't really say why they left. I think it's probably because I alienated him by doing like sexual things on my stream. Adrian, I don't know, I feel bad. His name is a really good guy. I think this is like a more cuddly outfit. Like tank top isn't as sexy, but it's like this is like casual cuddle mode. And I like it. I actually really like this tank top. I didn't think I would. Yeah, I've DM'd him like checking in on him. Not very often. I guess he's doing okay. I don't know. I love the like shirt and underwear. It's very sexy girlfriend hanging around your house like I'm not even trying to be sexy right now, but I just am. And I can't help it. I can't help just being absolutely atrociously sexy. So humble. Oh, this world makes me happy. I want to like be here more. I wonder if I should troll like public versions of this world off stream and just find people to do ASMR for. Maybe even try doing audio ASMR. I don't know about that though. What stuff can you change on this model? I can like change a lot of stuff. So for the top I have tank top, sports bra, this like sexy crop top bikini. I have the swimsuit, which I prefer as like my default look. I don't know why. actually really like leotards. I can do different bottoms. So there's the panties, there's some like booty shorts, and they look good. But why would you do booty shorts when you can just do little panties? And then the grossest one, it's like full on pants. Look, I actually look respectable right now. It's gross. Does it have a big foodie cock? No foodie cock included, sorry. I can toggle between dark and light on stuff. But I actually broke a lot of that. Because on my crop top, so everything used to kind of be this texture, just kind of like a matte texture. But I added matte caps to a lot of them to make them look, more latexy. Which means I can't make it white though. So they're all kind of stuck as like a dark black color. This one looks all carbon fibery though, which is really cool. For the tank top I left as the default material. I didn't think latex made sense for a tank top. Oh, fan art, thank you. I am very, cyberpunky, futuristic. My, arm things also kind of look like carbon fiber. And so do my thigh highs. Everything has these, glowing highlights. I don't know, I really like this model. I also have different hair. The ponytail is my favorite. I might shop around though and get, some new hair. But we'll see. The ponytail, I have long hair, and short hair. Very Veronica-esque. So this avatar does come with not safe for work DPS stuff. I mean, the thing is, all the not safe for work stuff is on a model that does not have face tracking, because face tracking takes so much data to actually facilitate that all the toggles for not safe for work stuff don't really fit alongside it. So if I want to ERP with this model, well, I could. I would know how to add it without going over my data limit. But by default, they have two entirely separate models. One that has ERP stuff, and one that has face tracking. So yeah. I can also do CRP, which is my favorite. So, what other streamers have you been watching lately? Any cute girls? You weren't watching other girl streamers, were you? Any of those mutes? I bet you like mute streamers, don't you? This is deeply unsettling. It's actually like a full knife system that like, I don't know, it does like all sorts of stuff. So you can like throw them, which I'm very bad at. You can like spin them around. Wow! It's pretty cool though. You can like kind of toss them between your hands. I also have guns, very cool. Also can spin those around your fingers for whatever reason. They do look very cool though. I like them, they're like super cyberpunk. Actually I have 2 of them as well. Very fitting for rest and sleep. Oh. What else? This. Kind of fun. Also have one of these. I'll have one of these. And I can also have it like switch fingers. So if I point out my index, it will switch between them. Kind of cool. This avatar is completely loaded with stuff. I'm the best one. I have a little Among Us follower. And like run away and he'll like follow me. It's ridiculous. It has nearly 100 material slots. 100! But they're not all active at once. But you still have to load all of them. So this is not a great avatar. I don't know, I've used it around people and they don't seem to complain too much when I load in. It's like 40 megabytes, which is only like 10 megabytes bigger than like a normal, like my old avatars. I don't know how bad I am, like bomb-wise. People have not complained yet. So I'm gonna kind of keep using this, like, this is the full model, the like diamond version. And it has like everything, all this stuff. There's even like a shooting game thing that you can play that's part of this avatar. Like puts out targets and you shoot them and keep score. I haven't figured out how to use that yet. So you actually need to use a separate OSC application, which I have. I just haven't tested it out yet. I've only had this avatar a few days. What else? More features. Oh yeah, is this? Oh, you can't see it. Right. Let's just go first person. Oh yeah, so it has this. It's got like a mini version of me. I can like change what I'm wearing. It also has this hoodie. So yeah. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. I can change my hair. can like turn on my like sleeves. And then you turn them on and off. Gloves, I have like a beanie. Headphones. Here, I'll go back to showing you it's not like all sorts of stuff. Facial expressions, mute detection, global bone reactions. I can make it so anyone can use this menu, so if I'm in a room with other people, they can take off all my clothes if I let them. So yeah, I need the Remy's OSC application. Remy is the name of the avatar. It's made by Cam. Yeah, Cam is this person. Very cool. So if anyone's interested, there's their info. I'll probably post a link in my panels down below my stream for them. But you can even do like saving presets and then load those presets. So I could do like athletic wear, I could do like my standard outfit and then like a cozy outfit and save them as presets and then just be able to load all of them. But yeah. I'll show you what I look like with all the stuff in my head. I don't like most of it, to be honest, but it's there. So, okay, let's start with the jacket. So you can have a jacket. It is cool, I guess. I don't like how hoodies look in VR. Like, I don't like the way this hood is shaped. There is a blend shape on the hoodie, so I could get rid of the hood if I wanted to. But the avatar isn't set up to let me do that right now. Let's see. Then all the stuff I can put on my head. I can load up my holding head. So I can do a beanie. Which actually I do like the beanie. I can do headphones. I have glasses, which I wish they were just propped up like properly. I don't like how they're slanted down and I can't change them. But I did notice when I put on the mask, it does push them up. And it's just another blend shape to control where the glasses are on your head. But now I'm like, I'm all wrapped up. You can't even see my face tracking. So yeah, I'm gonna try and change the glasses so they're always like up where they should be instead of falling down my nose. I don't like that. The thing is, the animations like will override the blend shape, so I can't just set the blend shape and then upload it. Because if I have the mask on, it will like override the blend shape, and when I take the mask off, it will make the glasses go down. See, I don't like that. I can also toggle my lip rings on and off. I kind of like them on. It makes me look more like a slut. Yeah. It also has these like armbands, and well, there's one on the thigh as well that I can turn on and off. It has the avatar name Remy. I could probably pretty easily change that to say Firefox or just FFB. Oh yeah, it has the cyberware stuff, which I can take off. Right now the materials so I lightened up the skin from the original. I actually did a color match to my skin on my previous model, but it kind of is screwy, so if I go back to normal skin, it goes back to that darker color. Which IMO is too dark. Well, I'm blue. So there is also another button on here that lets me override the color of the lighting. So I can So this room is lit with blue lights. And my avatar, in a really well lit environment, it looks better using the environmental lighting, but there's an override. Because sometimes the environmental lighting is just way too strong and it will just turn you blue. Or red or whatever. Also, I have audio link on a lot of different parts of my avatar. Everything is RGB, so I can like switch it around. Except the hair. The hair I had to, like, it was originally white with like highlights. So when I changed it to be like black and blue, I kind of broke the RGB on the hair, but I'm kind of okay with that. Oh. Even has different nails. Short nails, long nails, really long nails, rounded nails, like square cut nails. Like, what the heck? So much. I mean, that's about it. Yeah, so like my thigh highs will have actually blue bars that come down my leg. And like my outfit will like glow and pulse differently. So yeah. It is a really good avatar. I mean, all the clothing and the menu I have seen before on other avatars. The most impressive thing to me is the facial tracking. And it was only made possible recently with an avatar or like an SDK update for VR chat. So you used to be able to have 128 bytes of data that you could use as parameters to drive animations or whatever else. But they recently doubled that, like only, I think maybe 2 months ago. So in that 2 months, they finally have enough data that they can use to drive like decent looking face tracking. With even more parameters, you could actually do even more than this has. This is still limited. This is like maxed out on the like data you can use. So yeah. And honestly, I've said it before. As far as anime goes, I enjoy some. But compared to most people on VR chat, I do not watch anime at all. You know, I've seen like a couple of the more popular series, stuff like, what's that called? The one with all the alchemy. I've seen like a season of Attack on Titan and like a couple of episodes of like other stuff. So like, and I love like Hayao Miyazaki and I love Studio Ghibli. But compared to other people, I watch like nothing. So having an avatar that is less anime, I'm kind of okay with. Because it's like, I'm not very anime myself. And this looks more like Pixar. I actually think I look a lot like Mavis from Hotel Transylvania. Especially with the upper like lipstick. Which is cool. I thought she was like a fun character. Not as thick. Yeah, I'm not quite Pixar thick. I'm not at like Pixar mom status. Like having the biggest butt in the world. Avatar is so good though. That's like one of my favorite like shows. Like of that. I don't know. I mean just in general even. I love Avatar The Last Airbender. That is an adequate amount of cake. You're like I'll throw it in a circle. Yeah, that will do. That's a kickable butt. Oh, perfect. So, right now, this avatar only has flat shoes. So right now, I'm just wearing flat shoes. But I will say this, I noticed from hanging out with Crumpet, I saw myself on his stream, and when I'm not wearing high heels, I don't like the way I stand. So like, I really want to add high heels back. And I just got some new ones. So, like, IRL, I got new heels. But I also want to make the texture on my new heels for this avatar to, like, match. Because I think I'm going to still use those same, like, strapped up heels. But I think I'm going to make them look carbon fibery. But I kind of want to make it nice and have a toggle so I can do high heels or flat feet. So I'm trying to think the best way to manipulate the skeleton of the avatar so that I can do either or. There's a couple of complications because there's a humanoid rig. You cannot directly manipulate the bones in the rig. So that's the thing, like, so hair and like my ears are bones, but they're not part of the humanoid rig. But like my chest, my arms, my head, my ankles, whatever, that is part of the humanoid rig, and you cannot directly edit those. You have to use special animator settings, and I don't think I don't know, it'll be difficult to know if I can actually get it to work well with heels. I might try and do like stuff with blend shapes that will like just push the foot down. But if I do that, the foot won't directly line up with the armature, so it may not articulate as well as it would otherwise do. So I could just have a separate avatar where one of them has feet in a position for high heels and one of them has them for just flat, and then just change avatars. But it would be nice to have them all in one avatar. I just have to be better at like Unity and Blender. Anyways, sorry. That's too technical. I want to be technical, I want to be cute. And like tackle you. Push you to the floor. I've gone completely feral. I've been single for too long. I've become untamed. I used to be so docile, but now I'm feral. That's an easy reversal. That's what I want. I want to like pounce on someone and attack them. I'm like, Argh. And then I want them to just like grab me, like throw me around and like just like squeeze my like hips into theirs, and I'll just like struggle. I'm like, Argh. But I won't be able to stop. And they'll just like tame me like a wild animal. Oh no! I can just grab and roll. Why did you say that? I have been done bad. But don't tell anyone that. I have Artbox. What's Rar Meta? No, I'm on the Rar Meta now. There's one thing I really like about it. When you do it, it kind of like shapes everything a certain way in your like throat and your mouth, like rah. That is like there's like constriction going on there, but it's kind of cute, and I'm kind of like adding that to my voice, like and like talking like that. It's kind of a cute voice. I don't know. I like using it though. Oh, please adopt me. Notices you from across the room. Oh no. I will say, okay, so the face looks really good head on, if you ask me, my opinion. It looks a little bizarre from the side. Like my mouth just like protrudes a lot. I don't know what's cringier. I'm a duck face. I have duck face. I do, it is. It's a little bit simian. From the front, it doesn't look too bad. But from the side, it's a little extreme. I don't really know how to fix that. Don't worry, it's not simian though. It's like, I just have a snout because I'm a furry. I'm slowly transforming. Like, my fangs are a lot bigger. And like, my next avatar, I'll have like little whiskers, or like at least little makeup marks. And then the avatar after that, I'll have like little outlines of fur on my body. It won't look like full on fur, it'll just look kind of like almost a tattoo or makeup. But after that, yeah, I'll have like little tufts of hair. And then I'll just slowly transform. My mouth will continue to like protrude and elongate out into a snout. And I'll just become a furry. And before you know it, yipping 24/7. Yeah, that's true. Snake bites, yeah. I've seen girls with snake bites, and yeah, their lower lip does protrude more. It's kind of a funky look, but I dig it right now. Which is also part of why I'm keeping the snake bites on. Because without them, I think it would just like... I don't know. What does it look like without them? I haven't actually seen. I don't know. I like the snake bites. They make me look super slutty. I like that. Only around. Did I break my stuff, my alerts? Are they working okay? Because I'm not hearing them. I think it's because I don't have monitoring turned on. Which I can fix. Alerts. Oh yeah. Oh, but they'll double up now. Oh, I forgot. Actually, I think I can turn them to monitor only. And then as long as I have my monitor device set to my Arctis Pro headphones, then you guys should be able to hear those. You should be able to hear the alerts. Let me double check that that is set up right though. Monitoring device. Arctis Pro wireless game. Apply. Okay. Hopefully my alerts still work and I'll be able to hear them, because I haven't been able to hear them. Because it's annoying. So I can switch the alerts so I can control the volume in OBS, but if it does that, like, I have to, like, do a lot of other stuff. No. So I'm struggling with the sad face. I have to figure out how to compensate. Because I can't really frown with my eyes. I can frown with my mouth. But yeah, without the eyes and the eyebrow control, it's just not quite as good. But yeah, you can see my eyebrows will move up and down a little bit, but like I can't angle them. So doing like angry or sad face is kind of broken right now. Also, yeah, my ears, I can't move them right now either. So that might be another change I do to this avatar. Because okay, I'll show you something. So I can actually, this is actually super clever, and I don't know how they did it, but it's awesome. So they have toggles. Here, I'll even show you with the camera. Or like this. So I can actually, in expression, extras, face tracking, I can actually turn it all off and on. Which is super cool. So if my eye tracking breaks, I could just get rid of it. So this is what the face looks like without face tracking. This is just the default eye tracking and stuff that VRChat uses. But while the face tracking is turned off, I can do like gestures with my hand. If I can. But it doesn't actually have a good sad face either. Or even an angry face. But I'm wondering if I could. So you can see like, so it adds like blush. So this is like a happy face with my thumbs up gesture. But when I turn on all my face tracking, which is so cool, that's just one stupid toggle. That is actually awesome. See, so I'm back to like this, and now if I do like my gestures, it doesn't do anything. So it's like completely switching it over to other control. But I'm wondering if I can still make it so if I do like an open hand or a fist, I can like add, or just any other gesture, I could add at least sad and angry, which I think are the two things I'm missing the most, is like a angry looking face and like a sad face. But I can't buff my cheeks out. I'm trying to pout. It's hard. I like jumping on chat. I like attacking you. I like... I got a pretty good smirk though. I don't know, I like cat. I'm a little animal. I'm like ready to pounce on you. I got you. You're my food now. I'm a bite. And I can lick ya. But then an unfortunate moment to come into stream right as I get banned. I hope not. I've seen other people go way further, way more often, so I think I should be okay. I don't know. Yeah. It's totally RP. I definitely don't want to actually, just like viciously mount you and like start riding on you and like grinding my hips into you. It's like pressing my breasts into your chest, like having you break me. Why am I so lonely all the time? Sadly. Surely not. Couldn't be that. It must be something else. Really, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, God, I am horny, okay? Like, actually, problematically so. I want to test this avatar out. I want to, like, seduce someone. I want to, like, I want them to, like, look at my face and, like, see how pretty I am and, like, how expressive I can be and, like, use that to really make someone come inside of me. Repeat what I'm just typing with one hand and can't keep up. Surely. Who's gonna volunteer? I can give you likes though. I see my stream has been popping off. I know, I'm going full Coomer. It's not my fault. I really want to I want to test out the avatar. That sounded bad. I'm chewing on my cough drop now. I always get too impatient. So if you hear crunchy sounds, that's me munching through the last bit of my cough drop. I like this though. I'm a little animal. I like shimmying. It's like, I love that meme where it's like a compilation of like cats and like Shaq or somebody like all like shimmying ready to pounce. That's what I want to be like. And then I'll climb on top of you. And then lay down. Just lay on top of you. Morning. Oh no. Boop. I'm gonna fall asleep on your chest. And I also drool though when I sleep, so you'll have to clean that up, okay? This is actually probably my favorite sleeping position. I'm like kind of on my side. Like you got through the people's knee or whatever. And like have a body pillow right here, like underneath your leg, and like you wrap your arm around it. That's how I like to sleep. I just have like a body pillow that's like red plaid. It's like it kind of looks like the shirt a lumberjack would wear. So it's my like boyfriend body pillow. Just a little plaid red body pillow. Yeah. I need to find somebody to replace it though. Somebody whose chest I can sleep on top of. See, that's the thing, it's like my practice position for having like a big boyfriend who I can like cuddle with. Like put my leg up over his hips and like lay on his chest. It would be nice. Spooning is fun, yeah. I don't know, I think this avatar body is very attractive as well. It's a little bit different, but like, I like it. We do have some thirsty people in chat. That's because I'm very horny right now and I just want to like play around and tease people. I love teasing people. Probably one of my favorite things. I like to just tease everyone and just like... See, that's the thing. I don't want to actually like shoot porn and like upload it. I just want to be on Twitch and just relentlessly tease you and edge you until you're just like, ah, but never give you that satisfaction. You're my little toy, my little plaything, my meal. I'm gonna eat you up and drive you crazy. But not get banned. I don't want to get banned. So yeah. Man shouldn't be spraying. This place didn't used to be wholesome. I'm sorry. See, that's the thing. I think that's why Name left. Because this is what I do. I'm like humor. I used to be sweet and wholesome and do ASL. Dance around. Now I just get on the floor and wiggle my butt. Yeah. I have fun though. See, I was talking to Snowbreeze the other day about like Mingo streams. And like Snowbreeze is like, yeah, Mingo isn't really like sexual. She doesn't really she doesn't really enjoy like it. She's just kind of doing it because like it works well for her stream, and like Krumpa and Rob have encouraged her to do that. Me, on the other hand, I enjoy this immensely. I love teasing you, and like it's my favorite ever. But we can also do non-humor stuff. I'm not gonna dance today because it's Sunday and all my neighbors are home. But tomorrow I'm going to dance. Since I danced yesterday at like midnight with Mingo and Ari. Or not Ari, Aika. I need to be more careful. I don't want to have like more angry neighbors. I'm getting like acid reflux. I don't know why. I had a very late breakfast. I had a very late breakfast. Yeah, I'm kind of at ground floor. Like it's a split level, I guess. So I'm like on the first-ish floor, and then there's like a basement level beneath me. No Tums. I just had like a tomato and some cottage cheese for breakfast with some tea. I've just been drinking all that chamomile tea. I really like it. I actually really enjoy herbal teas. Yeah. I need to do ASMR videos. I think it'd be interesting with all the face tracking as well. Oh, that's true. Tomatoes are acidic. They do give me acid reflux. I didn't think about that. Cause yeah, whenever I have like pasta, like spaghetti or whatever, I always get acid reflux from it. I also have like some frozen grape juice, like concentrate in the little cans, and I really love grape juice. But I know if I drink it, I'm gonna get like super bad heartburn. Grape juice is the worst for me. It's just so delicious though. I've not been as healthy recently as I have in the past. I'm like getting back down in weight again, but I did go back up for a while. Like my lowest was around 170. I used to weigh like 260 pounds. I was super fat. And that was like before I started playing VR chat. But I got into VR chat and I like started wanting to transition, so I like lost a lot of weight. And I got down to like 170-ish pounds. But I'm like back around 200. I've gained like 30 pounds. And I think that's part of why I have acid reflux again, is because like I've put on a lot of weight. So I need to get skinny again so I can be cute. it is actually like such a body height that you get when you are actually at a healthy weight compared to like being overweight. You just feel better always, all the time. You just feel good. In a way that's hard to describe. You just feel healthy. You feel like positive about your body. Like I was a lot happier. So I need to lose that weight again. I'm about 5'9", 5'10". That's about how tall I am. Like 5'9"-ish. I wish I was shorter. I wish I was like 5'4" or something. No more cheesecake! Yeah, cheesecake is bad. But I do have a big butt. Like, my butt is actually pretty good. Like, my legs and my butt, I wish I could keep them the same size they are right now. And then just get, like, a really skinny waist. And then I would be, like, perfect. I'd be set. I might change the textures on like my tongue and maybe even the whole inside of my mouth to add detail. It's kind of plain as is, and it adds saliva and everything. This avatar is fun. It has a million features and another thing, like the topology is all like nice and clean. It has flex bones and twist bones and just absolutely everything you could ever want. I kind of have biceps, like I have little biceps. It just has better definition. Like look at the way this twists. Because you know if you like rotate your like bicep backwards, it kind of defines your biceps more. This avatar has that. So I have strong little arms. I think I'm badass. Especially with that short hair. Here, I have to switch to the short hair. This is like... I'll beat you up. Like... Yeah. I love Cam so much. The obviously... Oh, Cam, not Cam. I love Cam so much. The obviously make me lose. I like it too. I hadn't seen them before. So, I was on Crumpet's stream like a week ago. And I was showing Crumpet my tongue tracking I added to my avatar. And I saw that over the network. It was like, it looked as if it was running at like 5 frames per second. It was like super laggy looking. Like the rest of my avatar didn't look laggy, but the tongue did. And then people were saying, hey, there's like this tool that you should use when you're doing facial tracking that essentially it interpolates the parameters the same way the IK will. And so they were like, there's this tool, go find it, go use it, and I looked it up and I found it and I added it to my old avatar. But as I was looking up tutorials for it, I saw somebody using this avatar, like they were showing how you do like face tracking with this avatar and stuff, and it looked really good, and I'm like, oh, that avatar has amazing face tracking. I want to like buy it just so I can copy the blend shapes from it. But then I started using it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I think I'm just gonna use this avatar as my new main. I love. I call it my piranha face because it just reminds me of Darla from Finding Nemo. I'm a piranha. They live in the Amazon. I love it. It looks so funny. Especially with a knife. And I can lick the knife. I can just organically. I don't even have to toggle gestures. I literally just stick out my tongue and lick the knife. Which is so cool that I can just do that. It's like. It's so weird to me. I'm so used to, like. I felt like I was particularly good amongst my peers at using the gestures on my avatar to express emotions. I could switch between them quickly, I could use them in correlation with my body language to make myself fairly expressive as a mute. But with this avatar, like, that means nothing anymore. Like, I don't express with my hands anymore. I can't do, like, sad face. I just have to, like, use the face tracking, which is kind of really cool. Yeah. You're adorable, cat. You have such lovely skin. And beautiful eyeballs. Oh, I love your eyeballs. And your teeth are so white. Could I have one? Just one of your teeth. I promise I'll be quick. Borpalika is hilarious. My face. Oh my gosh, I think it's hilarious. It's so ridiculous. Oh, and I also forgot one more thing that I didn't show you. I am on the fence about it. I think in some worlds it looks better than others. I kind of think it's actually kind of distracting for like hand ASMR. But I also has like finger trails. Some people like them, some people prefer them. I kind of don't. Like, I thought about adding them to my old avatar, and I tried out an avatar with them, and I just wasn't a huge fan of them. But some people really like them. I find it distracting as well. But see, you can see Jimbo likes them. Like, oh my gosh, I love them. Because I thought about adding them like 2 years ago. And I was like, nah, not really for me. But this has them built in on a toggle, so like how can I argue with that? They're just already there. I can like try and do interesting shapes with them. I don't know. I'll see you, Casey. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry if I do weird things that you're like, oh, what am I watching this for? Full hand trails. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah. I love little Peepa pumpkin. Peepa Bye with a little pumpkin hat. I love Halloween emotes. They make me so like happy. The whole hand trails. Like you like have just like a super giant wide one that like follows your whole hand. I don't know. I don't think I would like that. I barely even like these. I think I need to be like more comfortable with shutting up when I do ASMR stuff. I'm at this point now, which is ridiculous given that I was a mute. I'm like at this point where I like feel uncomfortable just being silent or like just shutting up. Doing ASMR and being cozy. Like so many streamers, like mute streamers, will just sit there with like really calming music, not say a thing, and that's like their entire stream. I'm like, that's what I used to do as well. But now I can't even do it for like 10 minutes without feeling like I'm like making really poor content. It's so weird that I feel that way. Because back when I was doing it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be cozy. People are gonna get nice and relaxed. Have a place they can like hang out and just be chill. And I'm like, no, I have to keep talking or else people are gonna leave. I would also say the opposite is true, Ark. Like, being uncomfortable with moments of silence is a virtue, but being comfortable with moments of silence can also be nice. Like, I don't know, if you're like sitting and talking with a friend, sometimes the conversation will lull and you'll be like uncomfortable by the silence. But sometimes you have those moments where it's like, you know, it's just nice to be quiet and just near each other. Yeah. I think definitely if it's someone you like, silent, like when I mean like, if you're like in love with them, then moments of silence can also be like really nice. That's hilarious. Like, you have the little tag next to your name, watching without audio, and then you say, I don't really like silence. Limao. I like how people. So I think you can just choose to put that there. Like, I think if someone just mutes the stream, it doesn't necessarily say that they are listening to you while you're muted. I think you have to put the tag on yourself. I know, it's just funny. I think I might switch these eyes, the eye textures. I might try and do my old ones. The thing is, they're formatted pretty differently. I'll have to get pretty creative to try and get my old eyes back into this avatar. But we'll see. The new ones are good as well. I want to see what the old ones look like though. If only you could do like both tags at once. I'm not watching or listening to you. And so I'm just here for the chat. Honestly, the streamer sucks. I'm just here to like chat with all the other little peepos. I don't have these trails. Oh, you're talking about eyes. Sorry, my brain was thinking you're talking about trails. I do not like heterochromia eyes. I just don't like them. They are so overdone. Like, they are cute, but I see them way too much to like care about them anymore. Freaking everyone and their mom has heterochromia. And it's like, it's a super, super rare condition. Like, extremely rare condition. But everyone's like, no, I'm a special snowflake. So I have a rare eye condition of heterochromia on my avatar. Because I'm such a special snowflake. And it's overused. Because everyone wants to be a special snowflake. Lamau. I mean, it's fine. I think it is cute. And if you want it on your avatar, like, I don't care. It's like, just me personally though, like adding it to my own avatar, I wouldn't. Like, a lot of my persona as Firefox is to be generic. Like, Firefox itself, the name, it's like just some browser. It's not something special or like specifically meaningful. It's just like a random internet browser that's like a name that's easy to remember, doesn't really define me. And then like, that's, I don't know, I'm a little fox girl and on VR chat, it's like pretty common, pretty generic. And the point is like, people, and I feel this way with like Dungeons and Dragons characters. People think the more exotic your race and class is in Dungeons and Dragons, the more interesting your character is. And that's not the case. Your character is defined by how you roleplay it, how you bring energy and personality and like stuff to the table. Even more important than backstory. Backstory can be useful, but even having a really good backstory for a character doesn't give them personality, doesn't make them interesting. It is up to you in the moment while you're playing at the table to make that character interesting with their actions, their decisions, their dialogue. You have to play an interesting character to be interesting. Some crazy combination of traits doesn't make it interesting. It can be like fun to develop and like inform your character based off of crazy traits. But like, that's not what's going to make it good. And I feel that way with like avatars in VR chat. People are like, oh yeah, the more like bells and whistles and crazy things I have, the more my eyes have glowing neon hearts with like spiraling galaxies, that's going to make me interesting. And I'm like, no, it's really not. So I always kind of strive to have a fairly naturally looking avatar. Like I had eyes that just looked like normal eyes. I didn't have weird stuff on my skin. I do now, just because this avatar kind of has it built in. I'm down to go cyberpunk. I like the game. It's popular, so whatever. Long term, I probably will get rid of this. I mean, it has a toggle anyways. But I don't know. It's just in my opinion, like, it's a challenge to myself to be interesting because of who I am, because of what I do, rather than because of the traits that define me, that like are I don't know, like vapid traits or like a facade or like a face. I don't know. So that's just part of my mentality of who I want to be as a person. I want to be defined by tags. Like, you could add tags to my stream, like, oh, transgender, oh, LGBTQ, oh, anime, or whatever. And those can be useful for stuff. And I don't want to shy away from those. I am proudly transgender. And I am very proud to be part of the LGBTQ community. But I also don't want to be, like, defined by those things. I don't know. Furry, whatever. To answer your question, Spectator, I have the Vive Pro Eye and the HTC face tracker. There's actually a College Humor video with Brennan in it that kind of does a pretty good illustration of like my mentality around that. It's like the like noble defender of the basic or whatever. Because people will like hate on things that are generic or basic for being boring. But like sometimes there's like a lot of good to be had in being like normal. Like things that are broad appeal or whatever. They can be good. You don't have to like bend yourself out of shape to be unique. You're just like already unique as a person. So you don't have to like go crazy on yourself to stand out. Just be you. But yeah, noble defender of the basic. He's kind of like, they're talking about just loving things that are simple and enjoyable. And I think that can also apply to you as like a human being. Loving yourself because you're simple yet enjoyable. It works. You don't have to like always be so like unique. I have a friend who like always has something weird that he's doing, like trying to like find ways to make himself interesting. Which isn't terrible, I guess, but it also makes him very uninteresting. Which is probably really mean to say. But it's like that with like role-playing games. Like, I like Dungeons and Dragons. It's fun. But to him, it's not a good game. Because everyone plays it and it's boring and it's popular. So he's always like, oh, well, let's try a mouse guard. Let's try this weird RPG about other stuff. And it's not because he's finding RPGs that cater to like specific needs he has. He's just trying to find things that are different. Just to like, I don't know, be the guy who like, oh yeah, actually no, I am way more into RPGs than you are. I know so many other ones. And like, Dungeons and Dragons is just boring. So I have to like play these other games. And it's annoying to me. Like, it's not that bad. And I don't mind it that much. I'm kind of picking on it and like reacting to it harder than like it really affects me. But like, it's just that kind of mindset. And IMO, rule sets for your RPG are not going to make it better or worse. Not significantly. They can kind of help, but like, if you're going to an RPG and you're not having fun, or your table is boring, and that's a very common issue. A lot of people get very bored with Dungeons and Dragons. They're just sitting there and they're like, this is dumb. Some people are like, well, if we play some other RPG, it will be better. No. The rule sets are not going to save your game. They're not going to save or break your table. It takes like effort and contribution and involvement and investment from the players and the DM to like make a good game. You can play any game in the world and it can be crap. And you can play any game in the world and it can be really good. It doesn't depend what like rules you're using. It just depends on how invested you are, how much effort you put in, how good the story is that you're telling, how well you can tell it, how you can like interact with your players, how you can like make interesting things happen for them and bring special moments to the table. It's the people that make the game. I don't know how good of a DM I am. I have not DM'd for probably 5 years. But yeah, I think there has been like some feelings and complaints at our table that like things are kind of boring. And that like, I don't know, and it's hard because it spirals. It's like a self-eating or self-feeding kind of thing. Like if your table is not very focused, then things will slow down in game. And the more things slow down in game, the less focused people get, the more distracted they are, the more they're on their phone, whatever. Like, if you're playing a really amazing game of Dungeons and Dragons, you will not even have the urge to check your phone at all. You will be invested, you will be driven, you will be part of the story, you'll be there. But if things slow down, you get bored, you get on your phone. And if everyone's on their phones and the DM's trying to do stuff, nothing's moving forward. And then it like stagnates. And so those are like common issues that happen at tables. So yeah, Dungeons and Dragons that's exactly true. Who said that? At the end of the day, almost everything in life comes down to how much effort you put into it. Exactly. Dungeons and Dragons is exactly like that. The more effort you put into it, the more you're going to enjoy it. VR chat is like that as well. If you put zero effort into VR chat, you just come in on desktop, you meme a couple people, get bored and leave. Then that's all the enjoyment you're going to get out of it. You start building avatars, you start doing full body, you start dancing, you push yourself out there to socialize, you meet people, you care about them, you become like emotionally invested. It changes your life. It certainly has changed mine. I have put a lot of effort into VR chat, which is freaking ridiculous, but like, look at where I am. I've been streaming it for 2 years, living off of that. I've been learning how to do Blender and Unity and making maps and like making friends, dancing, hanging out. You kind of get out of it what you put into it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have VR to enjoy VR chat. You put in effort in other ways, you know, if you can't financially afford like a headset, because they are hecka expensive. And you could still be a world creator or even an avatar creator and still primarily play on desktop. But like, I feel like I've kind of gone like full in on like every aspect I can. I've gone into avatar making, I've gone into world making, I've gotten into dancing, I've gotten into streaming, I've gotten into like ERP. I put a lot of effort into ERP. Oh my gosh. So there. But it's changed who I am. It defines me. I put the money and the effort into learning how to do like face tracking stuff. And I did get face tracking working on my own avatars and stuff. But admittedly the face tracking I have now is just because I spent money and bought it. But I feel like I understand how it works. I put together the systems myself on other things. So, I don't know. And it's very meaningful because of all that work I put in. My avatars mean a lot to me. The world I built means a lot to me. The friends I've made means a lot to me. Dancing means a lot to me. Playing guitar means a lot to me. Streaming, it means a lot to me. It brings me passion and joy. And just purpose to who I am. Which I often lose sight of because I'm Papaya. But I don't know. I'm happy with the things I've done. They're ridiculous. Investing yourself and your life into a virtual game full of memers and freaking horny people. It's completely ridiculous. But there are definitely much better things to invest your life into than VR chat. But it works for me for now. Okay, settle down. I don't know, I still get depressed all the time. I just have a dumb brain. But I'm also happy sometimes. Sometimes our purpose and meaning is more clear than it is other times. It comes and goes. I need to be better at dealing with that. I don't think it makes sense to expect to have that sense of purpose all the time in your life. But it would be good to be able to deal with those times when you don't feel like you have that sense of purpose. And I'm not really good at that. So I don't know. Finding meaning, making meaning, and whatever. It's not easy all the time. Yeah, I know, work. And I feel for you. I worry about you. So there you go. Just how my brain works. Am I right? Probably not. But it's just how my brain works. I don't know, my dad, he is his advice to me all the time. When I ask him about things, I'm like, how do you be happy? How do you find that meaning? What gets you to go work every day? His whole spiel is service to others is really the best way to be happy. I think my dad also has issues though and isn't always right about everything. I think my dad does struggle with a lot of the same things I do, self-confidence and self-worth. And he's I don't know, I think he's bad at self-care. I think I learned that from him. Service to others is good and probably is a really good way to be happy. I don't know. Finding that self-love as well though is important. Yeah, I don't know. That's the one thing I struggle with though. Like, okay, I do think that doing things for others is good and will bring you joy. But I think my dad he goes on about that. But like, I do know people who like are all about helping other people and they have a lot of like self-loathing, or they just don't think that they're worth anything intrinsically. Like, I'm not important, I'm not special, I'm not valuable. So I just help other people because they are people who are very selfless and unfortunately have low self-esteem. And they're like, I'll just help other people, and they like burn themselves out and they give everything they have until they can't anymore, and then they like emotionally collapse anyways, even though they're trying their best to just help other people. So that can also have some imbalance in it as well, I think. I think it is a good value to have. Helping people is something we should do. I think you will find happiness in it. But also you need to love yourself, your dumb, stupid self. And I don't have good advice on how to like do that, I guess. Something I struggle with. And my headset is losing tracking. Please work. Okay, pretzel. I'm back. My face tracking is broken though. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hi back, I'm Mark. I can't believe the year wants me. Imagine having all these incredibly insightful things to say and not being able to say it. She's STD when she was mute. STD sucks, I hate it. I am so glad to be rid of it. It did help me get some of the stuff out of my brain, but I don't know. I am glad I talk. I'm actually very glad. My voice has gotten better over time. It still has a long way to go. But I'm also starting to accept where I'm at as kind of just being me. And I'm kind of okay with that. It's not perfect. I am not like... My voice does not sound like a cisgendered girl or whatever. And I guess eventually I would like to get a little closer to that. But I'm also kind of happy just being me, which is nice. It's a nice feeling. So, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, yeah. Face tracking makes it a bit personal. It's adorable. I don't know. That is, okay, that's an interesting discussion to be. I think it's very relevant to transgender people, but also to everybody. loving your body, accepting who you are, while still striving to change and improve. It's another balancing act situation. Like transgender women, we undergo surgeries, we take medication to change the very chemical composition in our blood and our whole body. We do a lot of things that I'd say it's artificial. Medication and surgery is artificial. I hate how artificial has a negative connotation to it. Artificial things can be good as well. Artificially changing yourself or using things to like change, it's just like it's man-made. We're using our will and our understanding of the world to shape it to our will. And as a woman, you use these tools to shape your body to your like will. And there is that like balance of finding a way to love yourself while still working towards your goals. I think that's great. Accepting how things are and being satisfied aren't necessarily the same. So it's important to like accept where you are, even if you're not satisfied with it. And still find ways to love yourself. Dysphoria and stuff are like very strong. I have it really bad. Mirrors to me right now are like, I am afraid of mirrors. I actually have fear and like dread when I think about like, oh, I'm about to look in a mirror. It makes me afraid. Like legitimately. IRL, mirrors, it's not like I'm afraid I'm gonna die. It's just like waves of self-loathing and knowing what I'm going to see and hating it. And just knowing that, like, I don't know, it's probably I should see a therapist. I need to be better about that and just loving who I am while still being, like, willing to, like, work on changing what I am. Because how can I be pretty if I can't even look at myself in a mirror? How can I do makeup? How can I do actual, like, improvements to my image if I am not even willing to look at myself? That I think is actually a really big problem I have. Because I'm not willing to look at myself. The few occasions I do, like, put on makeup and practice, which is rare, because I hate looking at myself, like, legitimately. And how am I going to get good? How am I going to get the results that I want to have if I'm not even able to like practice and learn how to be beautiful? So I definitely have some work I need to do that. I will say when I was like at a really good weight, that picture I took and shared in my Discord forever ago was like, I was doing really well. I was physically fit. I was trying to thumb up. I started HRT. I started doing like laser hair removal for my face. So it like softened up my skin as well because I didn't have like stubble and stuff. Or even if I am freshly shaved, which I always am. God, I hate to talk about this, but like my skin is not soft because there's just hair there. So getting laser, I definitely want to do it. Even being on HRT, my like hair hasn't really thinned out a whole lot on my face. It has. I don't have very thick hair to begin with, so it's not like the worst. Like I don't get like shadow or whatever, but I wish I could afford laser hair removal on my body and my face. It just makes me look younger and more feminine. I look like I did in that picture and that I shared. And I was happy. Like I was legitimately like feeling and seeing the results and feeling a lot better about myself. Okay, so laser hair removal. I don't know a ton about it beyond like what I've read and like talking to like the place I was going to. So usually laser surgery is done, or not laser surgery, just laser hair removal is done over a period of 2 years. You do it every month, once a month. And the thing is, so your hair follicles will go through cycles of growth. And during certain periods of those cycles, they can use lasers to kill those cells. So by doing it for 2 years, once a month, it gives you enough time, enough sessions to get a very high percentage of the hair follicles killed. It is zapping them and killing them. And so after like 2 years of that, you're likely to get most of those hair follicles killed, and they will not grow back. They also do touch-ups as well, even after that period. So if you do get like hair follicles that are unwanted after that, they will like help you out with like clearing them out. But yeah, it's a permanent process. If you do laser hair removal over like multiple years, the treated areas will not grow hair. It does hurt. I would say it's like the laser is like if you were to take a thick rubber band and hold it against your face and pull it and flick your face over and over and over again all along your face as they do it. That is what it feels like. Yeah, it sucks. But the results are great. But yeah, and it's interesting because it like hits you with the laser and then it actually cools it back down with I think they use like liquid nitrogen or something. Because it's a laser. It burns. It gets really hot. And to keep it from damaging your face too much, they blast you afterwards with liquid nitrogen. And it's really fast. The laser just pulses on and off. It's not like they leave it on. It's like zzz, it's like it's the sound it makes. And every time it does that, it's like and like it hits you with the lasers, it gets really hot, and then it gets really cold from the liquid nitrogen that squirts on afterwards. And it's like and they just go up and down your face. And yeah, it feels like the feeling I felt. It felt like getting flicked by a rubber band over and over again every time they hit you with the thing. So your face is a little bit sore afterwards. But all the hair, like, it takes like maybe a week, like maybe a couple days up to a week for all of it. But the hair will just all fall out. I don't know if any of you have like had your hair singed from like a fire, from like camping or lighting a grill or whatever, but it does that to your hair. So even you're supposed to be like freshly shaved when you come in, but like the hair itself. So the laser is at a frequency that it will pass through your skin mostly. It'll like penetrate through your skin, but it's absorbed by the actual hair. And the thing is, it will cause, I don't know if you've seen hair when it gets burned, but like singes up and it expands. So the hair in your face, the part that's under your skin, it expands and gets singed and burned. And it hurts. And it takes a while for your skin to like work it out. So you'll have these like burnt, singed hairs coming out of your face for a couple days. And it smells bad, and yeah, it's not pleasant. It's not a pretty, fun thing. But, like, a week or 2 weeks later after a treatment, you just have, like, really soft, nice skin with no hair. And yeah, you don't have to shave. So yeah, that is what getting laser hair removal done is like. I only did it for, like, 4 months before I was unable to pay for it anymore, so I still have a lot of hair on my face, less than I did, but it takes years for it to really set in. And the thing is, HRT will like keep you from growing new hair as well. Because even so, I'm in my 20s. So even through your 20s, your beard will thicken, and you will grow more and more follicles. So being on HRT will stop that process, but it's kind of in combination with like I'm barely in my 20s, okay? I'm in my 20s, okay? Shut up. But yeah, in combination with HRT, laser surgery will remove all the hair from your face. And it can also remove hair from your body as well. So yeah. I wish I was 23 again. I really do. I wish I could like go back 5 years. Or 6 years? 6 years. Oh my gosh, I'm so old. No one likes you when you're 23. Fire. Yeah, so laser hair removal, that's how that one works. That's when I have gone through a little bit. I could definitely use more. I think I was paying like $180 a month for it though. I've heard you can get a lot cheaper, but that's the one I found. That was actually before I started streaming, when I had a real job and I could manage my money easier. This is more predictable. But I've heard you can get it for like as low as like $100 a month or something. I am actually not very familiar with bottom surgery. I know a little bit about top surgery and I know a little bit about FFS. But I haven't like watched a video on like what they do for bottom surgery. I'm sure that in a lot of ways it would be like surgeries are just kind of grotesque by their nature. They're just cutting you up and putting you back together. And yeah, having that done to your genitals, I don't know. I don't really want to watch videos about how it's done. But I have ideas. I've heard stuff. I think eventually I do want to get bottom surgery. But yeah. Because I want to have a vagina. I wish I could have a whole functional womb. I think that medical technology in 100 years from now will be at a point where transgender like individuals could have functioning uteruses and like fallopian tubes and everything. I think that's definitely possible, and it's going to happen within the next 100 years, in my prediction. But who knows? I don't know. It's exciting to think about. I don't think that like stem cell grown uteruses or whatever will be relevant to my life. I bet by the time that like medical development has like progressed to the point of like either uterus transplants or just like stem cell grown ones or whatever, like by that time I'll probably be like at least 80 years old. And I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna die in 5 years, so let's not worry about it. I'd probably die from the surgery anyways. But it's nice to think that, like, in the future, other people like me will have those options. likely being cadaveric transplants. That makes sense. I guess the interesting thing though, if you had a cadaveric transplant, including ovaries and fallopian tubes and uterus and everything, would the eggs from, because they would just be the eggs from the person that you got the transplant from. So any children you had would be genetically the offspring of the donor. Unless they're able to create egg cells and extract the DNA. That would be interesting though. If you did in vitro fertilization and then you took the egg cell and you injected your own I don't know if you could do that. I wonder if that will become a thing where you could actually add in the DNA of two people regardless of their gender. Probably not. I don't know. Eventually I'm sure it will happen, but who knows when. I don't know what would happen if you were to add the DNA from two different sperm cells into a single egg cell and remove the original DNA from the egg cell. My assumption would be that there's no way that's going to work as is. I wonder what it would take to make that work though. I don't know enough about genetics to have any idea how complex that would be, but I'm guessing insanely complex. I have heard of women getting uterus transplants. I think that has happened. I think it exists in a way. It just isn't really used for transgender people. But I don't have ovaries. I don't have eggs that you can fertilize. So I can't have your babies. So I'm gonna have to adopt. And I'm okay with that. I look forward to the day where I can raise a child. Hopefully I get there. I think in the next 1,000 years, who knows? We'll probably all be dead, but not just us, humanity will kill ourselves, but I think in the next 1,000 years, who knows? Maybe this is ridiculous, but I think transhumanism is going to be a thing. We will be you know what? The biology of being a human being is too limiting to the sentience that has evolved from it, and we will cease to be human. Probably humans will still exist, but I think the intelligences, the consciousness that has been created and evolved from human beings will exist in a different form in the far future. We'll all be I don't know. We'll all be cyber fox girls, exactly. Hey, G-Soulpot. I'm just sitting here getting all existential with my chat.
Yeah, I can see that.
Should I try?
Hello, chat. Bonk. Bonk.
Oh, no.
Mwah. Mwah.
It's not working.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I mean, I said a lot more dangerous things in your life than, you know.
Ah. You
I'm
flinch.
sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm dumb, so my head is much stronger. only the smart people have a soft brain. Smart people like you have a soft brain.
No. I mean, I do agree my
I'm such a
brain is
dum-dum.
soft, but I'm still a dum-dum too.
Nah, I don't know anything about, you know. I don't know. I don't know anything much. So how you been?
Good.
Oh.
How do you like my new avatar?
I heard that. That's good. You have a face tracker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shit. I Hiya.
I can lick people.
You did it before?
Yeah, but now I'm actually licking people.
No, it's not good. Corona is not over yet. Corona is not over yet.
I can't see how good my cross-eyed face looks. Because when I'm getting cross-eyed, I can't see what's going on. I'm not very good at it. I feel like I used to be better. Someone from my chat wants to know if you've welded any big structures recently.
Yes. Every day.
Nah.
Every day. Every day. Every day. Every day is like a month ago. I think I saw you. I think I sent you DMs about it, isn't it?
I saw that beam that fell over.
Yeah. That kind of thing. This doesn't happen like yearly basis, but yeah, it happened like more than what it should be.
Why are you so interested with how big the things are that create big handles? One of my chatters wants to know how big the things are that you handle. Are they really big? Are they
Because you can imagine.
Because you can imagine. And bigger.
I guess you can imagine. Imagination. So it depends on your imagination.
And this is Korean Pig. His name is Jay Salpa, but everyone calls him Korean Pig.
Hello, chat. Again, I'm Pusher. I'm not here regularly. I think I've been here like 2 months ago or something. Yeah, I'm busy.
You're usually busy
Too
with
busy.
work.
Yeah. So yeah, I really wish I could, I could throw the sub on her, or I could just join up and make some contents for her. Wish I could do that, but it's really hard nowadays. It's really hard nowadays.
I think Jay Salpa likes to be cute. Like a little fox. One of my chatters was saying, oh well. one of my viewers was saying you should be like some big, like, muscular guy with like welding gear and stuff. I think they just want to be little and cute.
That's me in real life, so I don't have to be in VR chat.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I don't have to be like that in VR chat. I can just go to my bathroom and just look the mirror. Yep, that's what I need to do. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's
if I turn off,
that's a tough job,
That's interesting because I feel like
You have blue.
I go dark because I should be darker than I am. With this.
I don't know, maybe it's the light.
I am like super blue. I do look like a little smurf. I'm a floor streamer now. I'm not even a sit on my butt streamer. I'm like, just like a little creature. It's actually part of why I came to this world, because I know it would have good carpet and like would be comfortable to just like sit and like be a little floor gremlin.
Hey, I'm a pig. I usually a pig. It's better than me. I usually just a pig. Like, hang on a minute, where's my avatar? I usually this all day. Hell.
Yeah. Little pig.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the
Like
thing. My new apartment has carpet instead of hardwood, where my VR play space is. So I guess I have to be a comfy streamer now. I can't go dancing anymore. It would be a -1 to go dance. I just have to like lounge around on carpet like a little fox girl.
So downstairs will complain on you if you do the dancing. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm going to try Lily dance during weekdays when I hope most people are at work.
Setchi.
But that's okay. I mean, if I dance 5 days a week, that would be better than what I'm doing already. I don't know, recently I've been doing more though. So.
Yeah, move your things, Do some exercise.
You have to like give a side view. I can't look directly at the camera. I have to be able to see my butt. It's very important.
Oh, then I have to stay on that side.
Or
then I will stay on that side.
Or I could really embrace the meta and like stream like that. Oh no.
Hiya. You wanna use your avatar like 100%, aren't you? You want to use your avatar
I
100%?
might just got a sub. Share your podcast a sub. Thank you, Weefu. Luckily, I think having an animated face, at least for the near future, is going to be novel enough that I think it'll just make my talking head streams more interesting because I do a lot of those.
Drink some waters.
Oh, great tier list. I actually do want to do a tier list for pies. I mean, I already talked about it yesterday. My favorite pies. Okay, what are my S tiers? Pecan pie. Banana cream pie for me is S tier. Maybe chocolate cream pie. Apple pie is B or C tier. I don't know, it's average. I wouldn't say apple pie is bad. It's still good. And all pies are good. But I would say apple pie probably C tier. You know what? Okay, B. I'll put it in B tier. It's not S tier. It's not even quite A tier for me.
Never heard of those pies.
Rhubarb pie is probably my least favorite. Too tart, not enough sweet. I just want super sweet pies. Apple pie is quintessential American. Yeah, I guess so. Still only B tier for me. I don't know, it's good. Here's the thing, actually no, I'm thinking of something else. I was thinking of peach pie. And peach pie is low tier because every time I have peach pie, I would rather have peach cobbler, which is better. Okay, so my grandma makes pecan pies. So for me it's Thanksgiving, turkey, family, my grandma's pecan pie. So it's S tier. Let's see, berry pies. I don't know if I've had blueberry pie. I've had what do they call it, where they just mix a bunch of berries? It's something berry pie. I don't know. Strawberry pie is okay. I don't know, actually kind of low tier. Maybe it's just because I haven't had a good one. But my mom has made strawberry pies and they just fall apart. I'm calling them C tier. Strawberry pie is C, maybe even D. You ever had a fruit tart? I think so. Okay, I like the definition between my thigh and my butt. It's not bad. It's kind of subtle, but doesn't look bad. This avatar just looks good. I like it. Makes me want to ERP. Test it out. Please, Salpa, do you have any ERP avatars?
Nani?
Too bad.
I mean, no.
No.
Why you make me sad, Firefox? Do you think I even had a ERP?
The face on this avatar reminds me of my sister.
Your sister?
Yeah. Which I like,
Interesting.
because it's not my sister, it doesn't look exactly like her.
Interesting.
Oh my gosh, what are you doing, you dork? Thank you for the subs!
To wake you up.
Okay, I'll get up. Here, I'll even
You cannot
stand
just
up.
do the sleep stream. You cannot do sleep stream, my dear.
But I can. Those kinds of streams do really well. Oh, I didn't even notice. No? Oh, never mind. Thank you for the subs. I'm sorry for thank you for the ERP avatar. I'm just joking around.
No, I mean that's sadly common question in Booyah chat nowadays, so I'm okay. I just don't have it because I never did it.
Hello? I'm a simple man. I type food. I'm actually loving this t-shirt or tank top. It looks good. It's perfect for this world. Actually, I fit like perfectly into this world. This world's all blue, has all these like blue emissions. So do I.
As long as you like it.
I think you're all arching me though. If I had something in my mouth, I'm sure it would just mess up the face tracking. Also, so it hangs down from the bottom of the headset, which gets in the way of things like drinking water. Like before, I can kind of squeeze like a water bottle underneath my headset, but now with the facial tracking, like the little module there, it's just in the way. I have to like prop my headset up. Speaking of which, I'm gonna grab a glass of water. Hydrate, chat. Ooh, straw cup sounds good.
Yay.
Oh yeah. I want to go back to crawling around on the floor. It's fun, and I look sexy.
Bump. Boop.
It's just good. It's just really good. Have you seen my map before? hollow on the right?
Oh, that's supposed to be my avatar. The avatar that I'm wearing.
What is?
This is the name of this avatar, this character. Photo.
Oh, yeah.
This Ufgar. But you need to focus on her, not me.
I need to recalibrate my eye tracking.
Wait, what?
It feels off.
Uh-huh.
That fixed it, actually. Okay, so, this system does some weird stuff, so... So there are some things on here, to synchronize the stuff in the face, like reset it all. And it looks really silly. Oh my gosh! Look at that! Wow.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody's like, what the fuck? Chat is like, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh, you want uncanny? There you go. Having eyes behave like that, like completely unrealistically. That'll do it. Oh my gosh. Apparently. Well, here, I'll show you what it looks like. I'm not entirely sure what it's for. But in the menus, in your extras, eye tracking. So these are just toggles to control the actual thing. So like if I turn off face tracking, you can see I can't like make faces. Toggle it back on. But then there's this like fast sync. I think this just resets positions of things or something. But when I use it, like controls. See, I'm not making faces. My face is natural. You know. So it does like weird stuff. When she hits you with this, like. I don't know what's going on. Wow, you're really cute. Oh no!
Is it you just look the mirror and say you look cute?
Like, here, come here. So this has some like weird settings to like, I think it's called fast sync. I think it's to like, if something's messed up with my face tracking, it will fix it. Wow. You're adorable.
That's so derp. That's so
It looks freaky. Oh my gosh. It's derpy and like uncanny.
Oh my god.
I can't bite my bottom lip, and that bugs me. Also, hello. Sorry, I saw you and I was like, I should say hi to them, and then I didn't for a while.
It's fine. I was way distracted smoking, and you know me, I'm background noise.
I grab your straps and I tie them together. They don't want to.
That's so easy.
I actually have the perfect thing for your chat with what a Coomer baiting binge you've been on lately.
What? I am not. What was that?
Nuts.
It's an actual nut button.
Oh no. You have to do it once.
Awesome. I think I could. I don't know how to get it.
I have to do the like. This pose. I forget what it's called. Stop.
Stop. It's okay, Chad. If she crossed the line, I will bonk her. Yes,
Okay,
I'm a
so
professional bonk management.
something that has stuck in my head weirdly. I remember a coffee commercial. I don't even remember what coffee it was. But the advertisement was just a woman. You couldn't tell if she was naked or anything. But she more or less was, because you couldn't see any of her clothes. Because the shot was framed like this. And it was just like her singing like, gotta have coffee. You gotta have coffee. And there was something I found, like it was like, I'm like, wow, that's actually like weirdly alluring. Having this like framed in shot of just like the lower half of her face and the like upper part of her bust. And she was more or less naked. But you couldn't like see anything below like this line right here. I'm like, yeah, okay, advertisers are just selling coffee with sex. Just like everything else.
I haven't tasted coffee more than 3 years.
What?
I don't know. I've been drinking a lot of herbal teas recently.
It make my stomach upset, so I cannot do that.
It's like a bunch of chamomile tea. I usually have one in the morning for
That's
to
fair.
start my day. Salad, please. Fox Blue and Wiggle Wiggle, please. What? Cat. Yeah, I don't think it has caffeine, but it's just good. It tastes good. Have you seen? I can do like a shock wiggle, like I'm ready to pounce. I'm not humor beater. I just like doing it. I look sexy and it's fun.
Press X it out.
What? What?
I'm not baiting Coom. I actually want Coom. I want to be covered in it, stuffed in it, filled with
Okay,
it.
Chad. Time for bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
My life's so terrible. I can't be cummed on every day.
Because every time you think about that, there's always people who gonna bonk you.
No! Just like my mom. Pornography is bad. Don't you dare masturbate. Don't you dare enjoy sexual intercourse for anything more than bringing more souls from heaven onto this earth so they can learn about Jesus.
In the name of the Jesus. I mean, what can I say? I'm a Catholic Christian, but I'm not really forcing people to get in that way. I'll be very honest. If you're not Christian, if you want to be, well, if you're thinking not in that way, that's fine.
You travel to most places of the world. The kind of consensus is it's like people of the book. So people generally.
Well, not everything is not. I mean, Christianity is not really capable in, you know, in every way. Everybody's lifestyle, everybody's agenda, you know. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Don't go sleep. No.
Just we live and let live, man. Just treat religion like dicks. As long as you don't shove yours inside of me, we are Gucci.
No, but I do want it shoved inside of me.
Do you want everyone's dick shoved inside of you?
Yes, everyone's dick.
Alright, I lose this argument. You win.
How? Sorry.
Logic 200. You win.
Jesus. You cannot say that in the stream. At least, not in stream.
All at once.
You can
All at
say-
the same time. I don't know all at once,
cannot-
but like, just form a line. And I'll just like, be here like that.
Don't say that in.
And it's
Don't
like,
say that in
one
the
after
stream.
another.
You can
Oh
say
no,
every-
yeah, that
you
is
can
too
say-
far.
You can say everything you want after stream,
Maybe
but
wrong
not in
here,
the stream.
Audio. Who noticed my audio? I have to go my computer real quick. I did something stupid. Oh yeah, it's fine.
I don't know about that. I mean, to be honest, I have no luxury to even thinking about it. Yeah, and I'm too old now.
Too old. It's all state of mind.
No. It's not my mind thing, it's my body thing.
It's not your
Depends how good you take care of.
My body say, you fucking old.
Oh
With
no,
my
I
background,
have
by the time most
changed.
people are my age, their
Oh,
backs and like knees and
no.
hips are falling apart, but I'm fine.
But,
Still in
oh,
self-care.
I will never look at those the same.
True. I work too hard.
There you have it. As someone that did that, don't.
Yeah. 33 years old, working too hard. Like 10 years.
I'm a year younger than you, and almost had fucking heart issues from overexerting myself for that. And so just fucking don't. You will be far more productive if you take the time to just be a jackass in VR chat and work more efficiently.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Fucking work
Oh,
hard,
you
play
do?
hard, don't overextend yourself.
Yep. That's
I work really
that's
hard
what I should do.
and exert myself so much.
stream.
There's a joke about hard there somewhere, and frankly, I'm amazed you haven't found it yet, but maybe that's chat's job sometimes.
Well, maybe it would
Yeah,
be
I have a
easier
bad
to
feeling
find if
about
it was
that.
bigger.
I have a bad feeling about that.
You're why we can't have nice things.
Hiya. Too much. Her desire is too much.
Absolutely
It's too
insatiable.
And that's extreme. That's too extreme.
No,
So
that
you
is
could tone
actually
down
the
the desire a little
unfortunate,
bit.
the unfortunate reality of my streams. As much as I'm like teasing people, I'm like also teasing myself. It's not good.
Yeah.
Because I'm like acting all sexy, and that makes me feel all sexy. And when I feel all sexy, I want to do sexy things. When I do sexy things, I want to like, well, do sex. It's fine.
Hey. It's not a rocket science, but it's not a simple math like that. It's not a simple mathematic like that. Hey.
Like, turn off stream. No, streaming works for me, and like Twitch works for me because I like teasing people, but I also am at a point in my life where like I don't want to just be like ARPing and having sex all day with people. I want to save that for someone,
Yeah.
but I still want to tease people. And Twitch is great with that. I can tease all I want as long as I don't do like super explicitly sexual stuff.
Yeah. Just don't act like it. Don't act.
So it works. I think Twitch. Some people really hate Twitch because they're like, how dare they stop me from showing my tits to everyone and like just coming on stream? I'm like, just go do that on other platforms. For me, I'm like, I get it. Twitch just doesn't want that to be their platform. And I'm happy to be like,
Okay.
I'm happy to be a
You like
tease
dancing, I
without
got
like
you.
going all out.
I think I need to get some energy from you.
Like we put little chatters to endlessly tease you. We'll have some
Yeah, just
stimulating
don't be like me.
conversations,
Work 12 hours every day.
and then I'll try and stimulate
60
you
to 70 hours every week
with no
in the
satisfaction.
heat industry. Welding. Climb up the building, jump up the building.
Man, that'll wreck your body, dude.
Don't be like me.
Just say that I had a high impact job for 12 years, and if you don't take care of your body, you're gonna fucking destroy yourself in that amount of time.
Oh, definitely. I'm not reached that part yet. And I'm doing my best to not reach that part.
You're at the age where
Very
you definitely
cute.
gotta keep an eye on it.
Have cake.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Alright.
That's why I also worry about her too.
Wait, what?
Hmm?
Why do you worry
No,
about me?
just do what you like to do before it's too late. Like me. I'm too old.
Yeah, your
I'm too
life
late.
has ended. I'm sorry. Sorry, you're like 4 years older
definitely
than
not
me,
too late.
which means your life it's over. You're done. It's just time to die.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
I have like
I love these videos.
how many months? I have
Social anxiety.
6 months. I have 6 months left before I become old, and I can't be sexy ever
Oh, send
again,
her to Jesus.
or enjoy myself, or be happy, or
Are you
like
just feeling that you're a
do
failure?
childish things.
I can't do that voice.
In 6 months,
Oh,
I'll
what-
be
what the smell?
30
What
years
the
old,
smell? I
and
smell
that will just be
something.
the end of all of this. Everything will just permanently change.
I mean, I can actually do that because I'm Asian.
You know, I don't want to stereotype, but everyone I've heard that does that voice well is Asian.
What voice?
The Stephen E. voice.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's because he's Asian.
I'm an Asian. I can do this all day.
You're gonna make me fucking snort.
I know you turn 30.
Don't worry.
You become
I
a
almost
boring
destroyed
boomer.
somebody's
I know.
RP session.
I'm gonna like turn 30 and
I almost destroyed somebody's RP session.
what will you
with
do?
this. Like they actually like very serious RP going on, and I was jumping in, and they. What should I do? Oh,
I'll
just
probably
whatever,
go to like
Okay.
supermarkets and stuff and just like
Hell yeah.
complain to the staff there. Be like employees. It's just that's what I'll do. I'll like stop streaming. Like, okay guys, it's nice knowing ya. Gotta go complain at Target that like the price tag was not on the item, so it should be free.
Yeah.
FFB would make a good Karen. I could actually see that from what chat's saying.
I don't see
I think
that.
you are actually really well equipped for that.
How so?
There's just something about your personality where I could see you like having a fetish for managers.
A fetish?
Wait, what?
I mean, like if it's possible to be a fetish, you have it. That's also what I've learned about you.
That is true. Excuse me.
You're like,
No, did I ask you to give me a discount? I don't think so. This item does not have a price tag. Therefore, ergo, hello, free. Go get your manager. I am just done. Okay? We are done here. We are done.
Hell yeah.
Fuck it.
Do you have any idea who my husband is? What? Thank you, Raindrop, for the subs. I don't know.
It's like a friend's text or something, isn't it? Like throw the stuff when you get here. We're just paying the tax monies.
You gave me 5 subs, so you got 5 hours. And the next one. The noodles.
Okay.
Honestly, I think I give Rars for anything. You need a sub for Rar. It's only 500 channel points, or you could literally just type Rar in my chat and I'll Rar. It's too much fun.
Okay.
If you had a bingo board, it'd be like the free space.
Exactly. Free Rars. I have hug though.
Oh, very wholesome.
Yeah, give it like 3 seconds.
Oh, he called me out. I was totally about to do something. No.
I was fucking right. Wow. You're worse than I thought.
I was literally about to throw them to the ground and jump on them again. And then you're like, go in 3 seconds. I'm like, no. Oh my gosh. Shut up.
Don't act. You can say, but don't act, please.
Say what?
Twitch is very sensitive about that. sadly. Twitch mod, they acting like they too white.
Ah, Dad.
Rip,
Isn't it?
rip.
I had to headbutt my chat. So I did a fake sneeze. I sneeze on you. You're all covered in boogers. You know, they say 20 sneezes is the equivalent of an orgasm.
Wait, what?
I don't know, I think that was like some weird thing that like went around tabloids or something in like the 2000s.
No. Internet is not a good source for that kind of shit.
I'm not good at meows. I'm a fox, not a cat. I can try though. Yeah. Yeah.
Internet is not a good source
Yeah.
to learn that shit. No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not good at meows. Yeah.
Yeah, because
They're
you're
not
a
as
fox,
fun.
not
They're
a
not as
cat.
fun. You asked. What?
To be honest, fox sounds more like a puppy.
No, I have you guys, yeah, there's a redeem command. I assume it's in chat for everyone. And it's just like command. It's more expensive than everything else. And it's more like a crumpet hack-in. But I'm not gonna be mean to people. Like if you want, like you can like go ahead hack in whatever, like Crumpet has. But mine's gonna be probably a little more limited. I don't know.
I don't know what's the
But
hack
yeah.
in thing. It's like a command. It's like the same meaning as a
Yeah.
command.
Yeah. How do you meow well? Meow. Meow. There's no way I'll get abused. Hey, if somebody does something that I don't like, I just won't do it. I don't care. I literally miss redeems all the time. Channel points mean nothing to me. I don't even care about my chat. My chat is just a bunch of butts who are ugly and I don't love them. They're just dumb and I hate them and you're all so gross and disgusting and I hate you all so much and I'm going to just like... If someone does a command I don't like, I'll just do this.
Hey, did you wash your plate? Hey, that's so dirty.
Then, well, oh wow.
You need to wash your plate before you
I
do
do.
that. What are you doing? My god, I'm saying something like Asian parents do.
You're fucking killing me, dude.
I mean, worms on the table. I don't
Sorry.
hate the worm that much. I know I look
I
dumb.
love it.
If that's all you want is me to just look stupid,
That's fucking awesome.
then I'll do it.
Shit, I'm saying something like Asian
But I
parents.
won't enjoy it.
God damn it.
I would actually hire an assistant to just talk to me in that voice all fucking day. That would be worth every penny.
I will try if you become a streamer or something. make you get some.
I'm good on never
contents.
becoming a streamer. Just not for me. I'd rather be background, but like FFB and my other friends.
Mm. Wash your plate, wash your plate.
So, I saw you gifted subs to another streamer. I'm glad you're so generous. So you like their emotes? You think they're cute? Yeah, I'm sure they have cute emotes. What about their butt? Is that cute as well? You're not looking at other streamers' butts, are you? You wouldn't do that to me. No, you wouldn't. I mean, Bob Ross.
Bonk.
Ishmael, you killed me. Oh my gosh.
Okay, somebody
That's
bonk
hilarious.
Acrox, please. We need to bonk Acrox, please. We need to bonk him. We need to bonk him.
I saw you on her stream for 30 seconds. Who is she? What?
Like the overly attached girlfriend meme.
Oh,
You're talking about you were looking at other streamers' butts.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Thank you for the
What's
best.
the point? That just a 0 and 1. That's just all digital. It's not real butts. What's the point?
It'd be funny as shit to just listen to you like in a public with an e-boy name girl, be like, when you get married.
No. I need a real butt, not the fake, not the butt that filled with 1 and 0. Hiya.
You're gonna fucking destroy me.
I need fondue. I need one of those fondue prefabs.
No, don't be weak, being a strong.
Oh, let's go to Just Be Club. I'm gonna drop the portal. I love this world though. I can be here forever somehow. And honestly, it's a miracle because music gets repetitive to me very quickly. I get bored of it fast. Somehow, the music in this world doesn't do that to me. I have no idea how. But I can just sit here and listen to it for
My
forever.
hands on your belly. There you go. Yeah, I'm still trying to get used to this interface. It's like
Why are there so
It's
many
changed
Just
too
Me
much.
clubs? Which
It
one
did
do I
take a
even
little bit to get
want?
used to, yeah.
yeah, it would take some time, I guess.
Let's try 2.0, I guess. Oh yeah, portal. I look at Crumpet's butt here and there, you know, as you do. I have Jen's whatever mute butt streams. It's kind of fun to not be part of that, like, meta. The whole, like, oh, Jen mute, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm not even a mute anymore. I'm just a little weird talker. And yet I'm still, at least I think of myself as still being quirky. Who knows? Am I quirky? Am I quirky enough? I don't know.
Okay, let's setting.
I think I do the format of like mute streamers, kind of, more or less. But they just talk as well. Like, I've seen a couple mute streamers. Like, I watched Jufa. I do love what Jufa does. They just talk. Is that the one girl who follows Crump around? I do orbit Crump again. I have been this last week. And honestly, it's been really fun. So, whatever. And now, snack time. Strawberry. All in one bite.
Hey,
This is a Friends Plus World I made.
you need to eat it, not lick it. There you go.
This actually
What
looks
the heck is
delicious.
this? Oh, it's a marshmallow.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I had a very dirty thought.
You didn't change your avatar, don't you?
Oh no.
You waste.
So dirty. Don't give in. What's There's a type of porn that's really gross.
We don't talk about that, Bonk.
Ow! Okay, fine, I was. Just like, I mean, I would eat your banana, but it's all covered in chocolate. How did that get on there?
Okay, now.
Like, what order are we doing this? Here, I'm grabbing a strawberry. I can't eat bananas anymore. Give me a strawberry. I'm glad you guys got it. Oh no, I hope I was able to stir it. Mostly innuendo. I don't know. I'm having a strawberry.
No. There you go. There you go.
I actually love chocolate dip strawberries. I just love chocolate.
I have a bowl too.
Oh, okay. Jesus. Damn.
I do
Are
love
you living in
spaghetti.
an apartment or are you living in your house?
True.
I just moved into a house. I was in an apartment a month ago.
Now you explain. Now that's explained.
White chocolate? Strawberries? I mean, I like milk chocolate. I don't know if I've ever done white chocolate. No, I've definitely done white chocolate on strawberries. I think I just go for milk chocolate, personally. I used to be a fiend for dark chocolate. But I'm kind of back to milk chocolate. It's just so sweet and delicious.
Reminds me of what was the old lady? on
Dark
SpongeBob
chocolate is good though,
screaming.
because you can just like nibble teeny tiny bits, and it's like very satisfying. Because you can't like take a
Yeah, that's
giant bite
exactly
out
what I
of
was
dark
trying to
chocolate.
do.
It'll be like overwhelming,
Chocolate?
which kind of makes it good, because you like ration it out better. You put like a giant pile of milk chocolate in front of me, I will become a vacuum.
Oh my goodness.
Now that you have face tracking, that actually sounds like content.
Is it eating stuff?
I mean, like that does it for some people, you know. Like if you're going for all this Coomer baiting stuff, there's a whole market.
I'm not going for Coomer
I
baiting.
wanna watch a Fox
I'm not
Girl
going for
in VR
Coomer
chat.
baiting.
Virtually with face tracking.
I'm
a pile
not
of
a
chocolate that I
Coom
sent to
baiter.
her and purchased. Like, I bet you would get 1,000 subs that stream. Like, no cap.
That means I have to bonk her like 1,000
I'm
times.
not a Coomer baiter. I'm not. It's not fair. Am I tracking is dying again?
Hiya.
It's
Oh.
working. No,
God.
it's not working. Let me just- We got green bag.
Get the thing I like, get the thing I like.
Uh-oh.
Are you okay? Boss?
I'm pretzeling.
That's so tragic.
That looks like wireless issues.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just wireless, being wireless.
I know that feeling all too well.
So, like people normally have a Vive with a wireless and just have an index controller. Is it your setting? Okay.
I got a Pro 2.
How is it less than 500 times? That's insane.
What is the Vive 2 feels like? Is it okay?
I didn't have the original Vive Pro, so I can't compare it.
No,
But-
the Vive 2 actually. Vive 2, the second one.
Don't know.
Okay. Okay.
Ah! Ah! New fox spin emote. Yeah, I don't know. What happens if I angry? Oh yeah. I'm not on my. I have to do it while I'm singing like a chair I can spin. Which I'm not. I'm just singing on my floor.
Firefox.
Yeah.
Does that mean so you change your avatar? Does that mean your Discord emojis all gonna be reworked?
I mean, I think
Are you gonna
like
rework?
so my emotes from Golly I might as well keep. They're just like a plump abstract version of me anyways. So they're all fine. All the ones of my old avatar, like we'll just keep them. And if people like want to create more emotes and stuff, we can do it. And they'll just like, I mean, I'm sure they'll slowly get replaced or become a little more obsolete as time goes on. Maybe they'll become timeless classics. Who knows? Or like rare, like maybe in 3 years from now, if I'm still using this avatar, those like old emotes will become like rare pepes that people are like, oh yeah, I remember when Fox used to use that. But there's no reason to get rid of them. We have like millions of emote slots on like everything. So, well, we'll just see. You know, I'm sure things will get replaced or become obsolete over time. Maybe if we get new emotes with this avatar, that'd be cool.
I see. Oh my
I
word.
can eat strawberries. has such a small mouth. It's like there's like some video of this like baby tortoise munching on like, I don't remember, it was like a cantaloupe or something, and its teeny little mouth is just like trying to get like a bite out. It's like no comment on any of that. Sorry, what? I saw my streamer what? Which? Right. And that was a deep one. Right. With Arcty, I'm looking back through chat history. White chocolate theme, not innuendo. Yeah, lol, no cocoa. Becomes always clash. Clearly the sky is new. The counter is only as good as the people who trigger the command. Are you saying that you guys just miss triggering the commands from when I disconnect? I don't understand. I mean, I know a lot of my mods. Some of them are more, you're not saying anything else. I don't understand. I'm confused. What are you saying? Okay, I will say there's one really annoying thing about this headset. And it is that there are these like rubber flaps that like sit over your nose to like block out the light from coming up from like underneath the headset. But like over time the adhesive on them has failed. So they don't sit down along the bottom of the headset like they should. The edges of them like have peeled up. And they keep getting in my eyes, and it's really annoying. And I don't think I can use normal super glue on them to glue like the rubber to the plastic. Because I think that the glue would probably fail. Because gluing rubber can be a really big pain in the butt. Because there are these like rubber pedals, these like flaps. Anyways. I need to be able to time that, like, so you can do like a slow motion like punch. Like I don't know.
Guys,
I hear
sounds
resistance
fun.
glue for it. Hello, Technowire. You have the headset in your face, probably listened to it. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's just these like rubber strips that block out the light. I'm tempted to just take them out, but then like I would get more light coming in from the bottom of my headset, which could be annoying. My tongue likes to come out a lot today. I don't know why. I'm not sticking it out. Maybe I'm a little? I don't know. Hello? 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 Right. This is being a little silly.
Hello, FBI, open up.
The furniture. Stretch. Stretching is so nice right now. Oh my gosh. Big stretch. That like, there's like, that's so good.
What? Oh yeah. When you find
Like
you find
stretching
that,
my
that's
butt.
gonna be like that's gonna be like multiple popping noises.
You can like, well, it's not really my butt. Like when you bend over and touch your toes. For me, it's like the back of my thigh and like the back of my knee. I feel like a lot of tension right there.
What can I say? I'm a struck for
It's like stretch. Ow.
You'll want to focus more on mobility work because it sounds like your concerns are more focused on like your joints, so that's gonna do better for you than flexibility.
Yeah,
It's like stretch on my hips.
jump off the building. Sometimes I have to beat myself up like
Oh,
building something weird area.
my old hamstring, huh?
There's a really good program called ROMWOD. I would recommend for that. ROMWOD.
Oh, okay.
It should help you take care of your joints, and it's not a massive time investment either. Like that's the big obstacle to yoga for a lot of folks is it's like a whole thing on top of the program. Definitely recommend it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
If you ever want to do it in VR, I'd be happy to do it with you.
Like, okay, looking at how well this model stretches, like,
My times are
it's pretty good.
So I would think about it. Like right now is Monday 8 a.m. right now. Nearly 9 a.m.
I work for myself, so I can schedule around others usually.
You're self-employed. Okay.
Just, I will stretch more. That actually feels good. I was going to just do like one stretch to try and look sexy, but now I'm like, actually, I want to
I'll just
stretch.
say I'm an investigator.
Feels too good.
Oh.
Can you do the pretzel?
Is
I don't think I have stretching on my ears or hair. So I also found it kind of helped if I move. So normally I have my tracker on my hip, but it actually helps sometimes for certain things if it's like up on my waist instead.
I mean, I have at least 3 friends who cannot say
Bartholomew, thank you for the sub. Like my smile.
My dog just came up and like hit my foot and scared the fucking shit out of me.
Okay, I want to get good at doing
Does
like.
that to me, like every time I'm in VR at least once.
Okay, so the way the eye tracking is set up, it's kind of hard to control my eyelids very easily. I need to dial in those tolerances. I still haven't done that yet. Cause I'm trying to get like, I just want to narrow my eyes. I don't know. I can't get that one to work pretty well. I'm trying to do it. I don't think I apologize, but a shit-eating grin. Like, like the grin the little peepo creatures have. Oh, this stretch is like, oh my gosh. Let me fill this one. Feel it in here. I don't even know what these are. The like tendons on the like inner side of your thighs. Like they are. Oh my gosh.
But that's me.
Oh, I forgot to add. I need to add 7 TV access for Turo or whatever. I forgot to do that. I told him to DM me to remind me, which he did. Then somebody else later in the stream told me to check DMs. So I went through my DMs, and then I got rid of the notification on Turo's DM. And then I forgot to give him access. I'm so prepared. Yeah, I'm gonna stretch my back. Oh, thank you, Sokai. Thank you for the sub. Thank you ever so much. One of my favorite stretches. Ah. It feels so good. Ah, my spine is just like. When I do this one, I try and like grab the floor with my arms and then use my legs to just like pull my hips downwards to try and like stretch out my spine. And it feels really good. I have had that, yeah. Mr. Basement will actually do that to me a lot. He's pretty good at it.
Oof, this shit.
Oh, speaking of which, yesterday we celebrated his birthday, which is actually today. I should text him and tell him happy birthday. But yesterday we celebrated it, and we did karaoke for like an hour, 2 hours. It was actually so much fun. How can I make a man out of you? The fires of a raging war, but don't go home, you're through. How can I make a man out of you? We did do that song. We did a lot of other songs though.
That's very wholesome.
We did, what else?
Finally. Yeah.
We did Bohemian Rhapsody.
For a change
We
of
did.
pace.
One of them did like The Devil Went Down to Georgia. It was Budge, who's a professional musician. In fact, of the 6 of us that were there, 3 of them were like professional performing musicians, which kind of ups the game. One of them was the sister of like one of the guys from Trivium. So it's like, yeah, lots of talent in that room.
Killing me.
But that was a really fun birthday party.
Am I done it to you?
Yes.
Does my
It's like
alien
Michelle
voice
and Josiah.
Hi,
I think they're like they perform a lot together. They also stream together. One of these days I'll have to try and read them. They perform a lot on their stream. They have like a lot of songs they've written and stuff.
No, they are disgusting. Don't do that.
And they both have amazing voices. And they actually performed a song while we were doing karaoke. They did a couple of their own songs. And so did Budge. But they did a song where it's like they took the theme song or the like menu song from Star Fox 64 and they actually wrote lyrics for it and it's actually like hauntingly beautiful. And they mostly sing in like a duet, like kind of like over the top of each other, like a male female duet, and it's really good. We also did do Aladdin, which was really fun. We did like I Can Show You the World. I can show you the world. Very fun. Don't you dare close your eyes.
I might be too faded if that made me laugh that hard.
And what
I'm gonna
else?
go dance for a little bit.
Bro, I'm not even started.
I don't know, it's a bunch of other songs.
No.
He used to jam out to Aladdin as a kid.
I will,
Like,
I will
you know, I want to show you guys
get
a music video that Budgifer did like 5-6 years ago. Here, let me pull it up.
I said hi,
He looks pretty different. Like his hair is super long now.
I'm gonna get a few songs out of my system.
But in the music video, he was like, I don't know, 22 or so.
chill.
Now he's like 27 or so. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Firefox. I think I destroyed a raindrop.
You did what?
I think I destroyed raindrops.
Yeah, it's Michelle Heffy as her name.
I think my Asian voice is destroyed raindrop. Hi, yeah.
She is actually super nice.
I'll be here. No, I cannot sit down.
What am I looking for? I'm sorry, you're like right where like I'm putting all my screens. I'm trying to like find something.
I see. I'll be right next to here. I'll be next to here.
Nathan Budge. It's in my history. I just watched. I tried to find it before. I think his Twitch name is Budgifer, like Budge combined with Lucifer. But the music video he did is on a YouTube channel just with his name Nathan Budge. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the world music real quick. How's the best way to share this? I'll just share my screen. I haven't doxed myself. I should be fine though. I've shared my screen a lot. Pretty much, I don't know. The only thing that you guys don't know about me is like my phone number and my address. You all know my name, both my dead name and like my current name. Just about everything else about me. I share a ton. I overshare. Oh my gosh, I'm sick of this cough. Okay, what am I doing?
Chill.
I know, I'm getting frustrated with myself. Stupid cough. Yeah. Um, just do screen capture. Our window. New capture's fine. Not that one.
Crocs. Crocs.
Way too much. Also, for 10k subs? Oh no. Honestly, for 10k subs, I would sell you my phone number and then just go get a new one. Kind of money I could buy like a whole bunch of iPhones to go with it. Oops, moving things around. I'm not meaning to.
iPhone is not for gamers.
Yeah, I have an Android. The one thing that is interesting about the iPhone to me, like why I would get one, is because it has really interesting face tracking on it. This is really hard to do in VR, by the way. This is a pain in the butt. I'm just gonna just, you know what, I'm just gonna make it take up my whole screen for now. I'll just do that.
What is that called? The gamers, like people who actually like
Hey,
really
I'm about
crazy about game, they.
to play a song real quick.
Huh?
Your room is a mess.
Let's budge.
Dirty college dorm room, sitting on my own, swiping through the Tinder profiles, feeling so alone. Guys say I'm boring, girls say I'm a creep. That would really piss me off if I didn't agree. What can I say? Guilty as charged. An outlook like mine, you won't make it too far. What can I say? That's how things are. With a body like mine, better learn the guitar. Thought I'd have it figured out when I turned 23. Can't believe how fast that number's creeping up on me. Chilling with my broski, playing Rocket League. Really should be practicing, but I got bass fatigue. What can I say? Guilty as charged. With an outlook like mine, you won't make it too far. What can I say? That's how things are. With a body like mine, better learn the guitar. Dirty college dorm room, got my dreams on hold. Not sure if I'll figure out how to break the mold. Call me if you need me, cause you know where I'll be. Sitting in my dorm room, playing Rocket League. What can I say? Guilty as charged. With an outlook like mine, you won't make it too far. What can I say? That's how things are. With a body like mine, better learn the guitar. What can I say? Guilty as charged. With an outlook like mine, you won't make it too far. What can I say? That's how things are. With a body like mine, better learn the guitar.
Hi, yeah, that. What they're thinking is too real.
So yeah, that's Budge. He is awesome. He's an awesome guy. He's like a music teacher. He teaches a lot. He does a lot of gigging. He does a lot of open mics with Baseman now. They play a lot together. He loves the monsters. Oh my gosh, his car is still full of Monster Energy drinks. He like step into his car, it smells like gummy bears from all the Monster Energy drinks. Wow.
Clean his car, clean his room. He
But yeah,
exploits
that is
much
who I was
people.
doing karaoke with yesterday. It was like Budge and Michelle and Josiah, Mr. Baseman, and some other friends. And then they'll me, and I'm like, I don't know how to sing. Oh no. He's streaming right now? Oh yeah! I'm gonna raid him right now. Cause yeah, it's like 2 o'clock already. I might as well just raid him. Yeah, he's a lot older now. That's his name is, well, I guess he goes by Budge.
Bunch.
How long has he been streaming today? He actually looks, I think, way more handsome now than he did in that video. They've been streaming for 40 minutes. I think it's time to read them. Oh, hey, Sora. I'm gonna read Budge.
Hey, Sora.
I hope it's a big read. Oh my gosh. My message, he looks a lot older now. Yeah, tell him you just watched his music video. That music video only has, he was saying it only had like a couple hundred views. I think how many views it has. Only 777 views. Go spread that to everyone you know and watch it a million times. It's a really good video. Art Rocks, what the heck? Thank you for 20 subs. I'll see you here. I'm going to start the raid. Make sure I get his name right. Budgiver. Tell Mr. Baseman happy birthday. It's his birthday. Tell Budgifer that his rendition of Devil Went Down to Georgia was so fun to watch. And give him all my love. I can hit the button, right? Okay, I'll see you guys. Have fun. Tell them to stop playing Dumb Zelda and play some music, because they probably have everything they need there. I don't know, Zelda's cool too. But, yeah, go say hi and tell them I love them. I'll see you guys. But hang out, do hang out and watch them for a bit. They're really cool people. I'll see you all. Thank you for coming. Mwah. I guess I love, I hug, I squeeze, I can be. Oh no.
Wait, what?
I'll see ya.
I bonk.
Mwah.